Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Prague, to the Foreign Ministry, to Czernin Palace, and also good morning to those who watch us online. Welcome to the Eastern Partnership Media Conference, which is organized by the Czech Foreign Ministry within the Czech EU Presidency, together with the European Commission and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Please feel free to tweet about the conference using the hashtag EAP Media Conference, which you can see from time to time on the screens. But when taking picture, please make sure that there are some participants who might prefer not to be on the pictures. Thank you. Welcome once again, and I'll give the floor to Jaroslav Kurfürst on behalf of the Czech government.
Thank you, Jan. Good morning to everyone here in Černin Palace, but also to all of you who are watching us via this video stream. I'm very happy to open the media conference, Resilience Media Conference, on behalf of the Minister who is now at the OSCE ministerial meeting, but he asked me to pass a warm greeting to all of you. I would like to thank great partners with whom we organize this conference. This is the Radio Free Europe and the European Commission. And I would like to say that this conference basically is a fusion of three big priorities of the Czech presidency. Among them, definitely, we have resilience as such. Definitely the media and the freedom of media, and it is also the Eastern Partnership, the region which is now so much affected by the brutal aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine. I would also like to welcome especially the journalists, all of you who are at the front line of the events, and very often who are facing great pressures. I have personally deep admiration to your work and to everything you are doing. This is one of the events on the Eastern Partnership where people are in the full composition, because Belarusian journalists are present. The government is not participating in the Eastern Partnership, but the civil society and journalists, people outside of the government's reach, are with us. And it is only the proof that Belarus is part of all this family. The past of Belarus is European, and the future of Belarus will be European again. You know that Czechia, as such, especially with the legacy of Václav Havel, which is forming a motto of the Czech presidency, but also which is present in this government's priorities and program document, was always putting the strong emphasis on the freedom of media, professional journalism. That's why the Czech foreign policy is focusing on that field for many years. And we do a lot of transformational projects, and this effort, this conference is part of it. We are so proud that we can host in Prague Radio Free Europe. It is also some legacy, because during the communist time, so many people in Czechoslovakia in the evening in secret were listening Radio Free Europe, broadcasting from the free world. And it played indispensable role for dethroning the communist nomenclatura and to bring about freedom to Czechoslovakia. And now we are really proud that Prague is the place where Radio Free Europe has its headquarters in Europe, on the European continent. Media are so important. Through media, we learn what is happening in the world. It is forming our imagination. It is informing us what's basically happening, and it is creating our internal world. And we are living in a very special time where we see the ascent of propagandists, we see technologies which are changing the landscape of the media, and this is so important. It is not completely fresh. There is a debate about the hybrid warfare and propaganda, but I can tell you that in Czechia we saw something like this, and it's centuries old. And we saw it during the Cold War, all these lies and propaganda. But in the new shape, we saw it in 2008, let's say, when there was a discussion about placing American radar of missile defense in Czechia. That was the first wave of propaganda and disinformation, but then 2015 with the migration wave, and now with the war in Ukraine, the targeting Ukrainians who are coming, targeting Ukrainian effort and the heroism, but also the war itself. Before our eyes, things in Russia changed from 90s, where the media space was relatively free, to the space where there is no space for freedom. It's only really propaganda. And when we hear Mr. Kyselyov or Margarita Simonian, Mrs. Kavejeva, we see really the flow of hate, of militant imperialism, so much filled by violence. It's really a changing whole society, and it's showing how it is dangerous. With this ascent of propagandists, we see the attacks to independent journalists. Hundreds of people had to leave Russia and had to face the harassment. Also Belarus and some other countries. Some people were killed, and many are facing the situation of exile. We see such indispensable role of the people who are in the war, in the forefront of the real war, and who are bringing the information. This is so important. You are indispensable part of functioning democracy. And we will, as Czechia, Czech government, pay a lot of attention to that. And if we can be helpful, we will try to be helpful, and we will do really our best. We are very pleased that the European Union is doing a lot, and I'm so pleased that we have Commissioner Věra Jourová, who is really so much focused on that issue and helpful so much in this. So welcome to Prague again. I wish you to have a great conference. We try to do it in a very practical way, that there is not only plenary, but also the possibility to talk about the things which are needed to be discussed, and I hope you will all find it useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The floor goes to Commission. Lawrence Meredith, Director of the DG NEAR. Oh. We can also start with you, Madam Vice President, if you wish. So we will start with Lawrence and wait for your keynote speech. These are just opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be back with you in Prague. Let me start by saying that Czechia has really stepped up and made clear that the Eastern Partnership is a strong priority. And it's an honor to have the opportunity to welcome Commissioner Vice President Jourová with us, who will give her opening address in a couple of moments. But on behalf of those of us organizing the conference, I just want to echo what Deputy Minister Jaroslav Kurfürst has just said, which is the backdrop to our event, the first time we've been able to meet in person in this media conference format since the COVID-19 pandemic. We now see much more terrible events than the pandemic itself, with Russia's illegal, unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, which puts into such sharp relief the incredible work that you are all doing. And this conference is for you, the independent journalists of this space, of the Eastern Partnership space. And I'm particularly pleased to see we have journalists from across the region, from Ukraine, from Belarus, from Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. And your work is so important. We've just done our latest survey of public opinion, which we'll be publishing very soon. And one of the facts that strikes us most is that up to 40% of people believe the disinformation that is being put out there. And I know we have colleagues from the Stratcom task force. I know many of you journalists do your absolute best to fact check the realities, which is so important, even more so in the context of war, but also following fraudulent elections in Belarus, for example, the ability to challenge the facts is absolutely essential. The last time we met in person, in 2019, we were able to say that we trained more than 850 journalists and media professionals contributing to media independence. But what we heard at that conference was a very strong call for the European Union to do more. And as I'm sure you're going to hear from Vice President Jourová in a couple of moments, that's a call that we heard loud and clear and that we want to step up and we want to meet. So when, at the last Eastern Partnership Summit, not even a year ago, it feels so much longer ago because of all that's happened this year, we said that we would more than double what we've done, that we want to train 2,000 journalists and to support at least 120 independent media outlets. And I'm here today, and the Vice President, to listen to you and to hear what it is that we can do to do even more to support your fundamental work. Because last time, for example, we heard from you that the way the European Union provides its financial support wasn't properly adapted to your realities on the ground, that you needed help with more viable types of financial support to help with financial sustainability, which is crucial ultimately for the business model of independent media outlets. And so we've adapted that in our EU for Independent Media program. Now we offer smaller financial interventions paired with long-term mentoring, and we focus training on management and marketing skills because you guys know what you're doing in the journalist field, where you said you wanted help was on the management and marketing side. Equally, we really hear your call from last time to be more flexible, and we've done our absolute best to meet that. I'm sure we're going to hear in the course of this conference new ideas as to what we can do better and differently, and I'm here to listen to that and make sure we take it on board, because the speed of the emergency support is so essential, never more obvious than in the brutal backdrop of the war today. So we know that you put your lives on the line. You face physical threats in the name of a free press, but it's for you that we're gathered here today. We want to listen, and we want to ensure that the European Union is on your side, because we cannot take the freedom of press for granted. And I look forward very much to the opportunity and to hear from all participants, and of course from Jamie and the Commissioner and Vice President in a moment. Thank you.
Jamie Fly, the floor is yours on behalf of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty.
Thank you. It's great to be back at the Ministry for this important event. We're very excited to see this come to fruition. I remember meeting with Jaroslav, I think several years ago. Jaroslav already was excitedly talking about holding this conference, and that was during pandemic times, so I'm glad we're able to meet in person today. This conference is a testament to the partnership that we have with our Czech hosts and with the European Commission, and I think it's fitting that we're doing this during the Czech presidency, given the long-standing Czech commitment to media freedom. We see every day across all of the 23 countries that Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty operates in, the importance of truthful reporting. We see authoritarian regimes trying to counter that reporting, trying to silence that reporting. And we see this literally happening every day. I was telling Jody Ginsburg this morning, some of my staff and I were up late last night because although it's outside the partnership, Afghanistan is an important part of our coverage area. Those radio broadcasts that Jaroslav mentioned that used to reach here, we do similar radio broadcasts out of Prague now to the people of Afghanistan. 60% of Afghans actually still gathered around the radio to listen to our reporting. And as of a few hours ago, those radio broadcasts have been primarily silenced by the Taliban. So that's a new development even this week, that we're seeing similar trends play out in country after country. We wouldn't be able to do our work without the support of the Czech Republic. Our ability to operate safely and securely is essential to what we do. And I just want to reiterate my thanks to the Czech government, and to note that our continued presence here is due in significant part to the role of former President Václav Havel, who recognized after the events of 1989 that there was still a reason for RFERL to exist, that independent journalism would still need to be supported through an institution like RFERL. And he convinced the U.S. government to move us here from Munich, and we've benefited from that decision ever since. We have a long history of operating across the countries of the Eastern Partnership. Our Armenian, Azerbaijani, and Georgian services all will celebrate their 70th anniversaries next year. Our Ukrainian and Belarusian services will reach the same milestone in 2024. And we launched our first dedicated programming for audiences in Moldova in 1998. We cover all 6 countries today where possible with bureaus. We have bureaus in Kyiv, Lviv, Chisinau, Tbilisi, and Yerevan. We unfortunately were forced out of Belarus, and our Minsk bureau was closed last year after it was raided by Belarusian security forces, and we are now an extremist organization in Belarus. We still have 2 of our journalists, Ihar Losik and Andrei Kuznechik, who are detained in Belarus, and we've watched with significant concern as the Lukashenko regime has criminalized not only journalism, but also the audiences who are trying to consume independent information. As I'm sure is the case with other news organizations represented here, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has posed considerable security challenges for us and journalists more broadly as they try to report the facts about what is happening in Ukraine to the world. In April, we lost one of our producers, Vera Heinrich, who worked for our Ukrainian service, who was killed in Kyiv when a missile strike destroyed her apartment building. And despite of this, we continue to report from the front lines, where several of our journalists are embedded with Ukrainian forces on a daily basis, taking great risks, but producing some of the most impactful coverage that audiences throughout the region, throughout the partnership countries, but also inside Russia, are consuming in great numbers. We also have one detained journalist from our Ukrainian service who is serving a 5-year prison sentence in Crimea, and we hope to negotiate his release soon. On our detainees, I want to just thank the Czech government, because through multiple governments, multiple foreign ministers, every time that Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty has a journalist in detention, the Czech government has gone above and beyond to try to support efforts to get them released. And the Foreign Ministry also supports the development of the next generation of journalists at Radio Free Europe by funding 2 of our journalism fellowship programs, the Václav Havel and Dean Spear Journalism Fellowships. I also want to just thank the European Commission, and in particular Vice President Jourová, for her efforts to engage news organizations and to advance protections for journalists and independent media across the EU through tools like the Media Freedom Act. She has spent time talking to our journalists, hearing their concerns, and I know she's advocating on their behalf when she promotes these efforts in Brussels. Despite this bleak landscape, I thought I'd just note that there is a lot of reason for optimism. To quote Václav Havel, we see audiences everywhere, even in the most extreme environments, continuing to choose to, quote, live in truth. They are taking risks to seek out independent, truthful information, just like the journalists who are taking risks to report the facts. I think our experience shows that the authoritarians, despite these increased efforts, are losing this fight ultimately, that we need to just provide greater support for journalists to ensure that they can do their jobs. So with the continued help of partners like the Czech government and the Commission, we will do our part to ensure that audiences can continue to have options just like those Czechoslovak audiences that Jaroslav mentioned earlier, who decades ago were able to get independent information despite efforts to exert complete information control. So thank you all for participating in this conference, your focus on this important topic, and we look forward to contributing to the conversations over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now is the time for the first keynote speech by Vice President of the European Commission, Věra Jourová. Welcome and thank you for coming to Prague.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now is my moment. It's always so strange to come here and speak English because I always think, am I already a foreigner? I am pretty much domestic. I come from Czech Republic and I am very proud of what the Czech presidency is doing, and that also this important topic the topic of media and journalism connected with Eastern Partnership is the main theme for this conference. I heard that we have the journalists from Belarus here, somewhere there. Where are you? I wanted to start by sharing with you the memory of several meetings I had with Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya in my office in Brussels. And we were sitting under the picture of Václav Havel, who was mentioned here several times. And we were discussing with Svetlana about, of course, totalitarian regime in Belarus and how more and how better the EU can help. And I couldn't help it. I had to tell her the story of Václav Havel, that in October 1989, he was still political prisoner. And in January 1990, he was the president of Czechoslovakia. I wanted to encourage her because I can imagine, maybe I cannot imagine how difficult it must be to try to do as much as she can for her country from exile. But coming to our today's topic, as Jaroslav Kurfürst said, the journalists are our ears and eyes. They are, especially those who work in the battlefield in Ukraine, are those who are most needed for us. I am sometimes asked by many, who should we believe? You tell us, do not believe Russian propaganda. Of course, this is my main message. Do not believe Russian propaganda. But should we believe what the government of Ukraine is telling us? Because it's probably also part of the propaganda. It's like that in the war. Sometimes I hear that the first victim of the war is the truth. Of course, it applies also today. And I always say we have to believe the facts. We have to believe those who are in the country and who are covering what's happening there. And the work of journalists in Ukraine has another strong meaning for us and very, very strong reason. That's why we are supporting them also financially. We need to collect as much evidence as possible about the war crimes. And we already started investigations of the war crimes in 14 member states. The International Criminal Court started the investigations. We are hearing the testimonies of the witnesses and victims coming to Ukraine from Ukraine to Europe, and we are matching their information with what is collected in Ukraine. This is extremely important in the process of investigations, later prosecutions, and punishment of the perpetrators. So I am really grateful to the journalists who are working in Ukraine because they are serving several very important purposes. We all know that the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine has fundamentally changed the geopolitical landscape in the European Union, Eastern neighborhood. The date of the 24th February this year marks a watershed in European history. Far from dividing us, the war has also brought us closer together. 3 of our Eastern partners have made a clear European choice. As a result, we have granted a European perspective to Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. In addition, we have granted candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova. I am so proud to be the member of the Commission which said clear yes, because it also says that we collected the courage to grow as the European Union after many years of doing nothing when it comes to inviting other countries to join us. And it's very impressive what I hear from all 3 countries, what they are doing. They are working on the agenda towards the first report on possible accession, which we are going to issue next year. What I hear from Ukrainians, what they are doing, that they are working, for instance, on the media law, which is in my remit, and on many other reforms and laws which we require as the condition for the accession of Ukraine. They are doing all that in the war, during the war. And again, it's impressive. I have to say, I myself feel very much obliged to support. And this is what I want to do until the end of my mandate. I want to speak about the independent media because freedom of expression and independent media are a key pillar of building resilience in the European Union, but also in the Eastern Partnership countries. They are of utmost importance for 3 reasons. First, freedom of expression is one of the very foundations on which the European Union was built. We believe that a strong, independent press is fundamental to successful democratic societies everywhere, East and West. Second, independent and quality media are crucial for providing factual and trustworthy information. This allows citizens to make informed decisions and participate in the democratic process. As such, independent media are the bedrock of our democracies. They provide indispensable checks and balances and hold governments accountable. And lastly, free and healthy media environments are needed to fight organized disinformation campaigns. And given that such campaigns do not stop at national borders, we all have a joint interest to combat hostile and damaging disinformation campaigns across the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries. The EU is currently supporting the independent media landscape in Eastern countries with more than 30 million euro. We have not only substantially increased our financial commitments to this area, we have also set ourselves the ambitious target of supporting at least 120 independent media outlets and 2,000 journalists in the next few years. Our assistance focuses on promoting media pluralism, media freedom, and journalistic skills and professionalism. We also cooperate with our partners in enhancing media legislation and support to public broadcasters supporting new media development, raising professional and ethical media standards, and supporting local media initiatives. The aim is to strengthen the media in the Eastern Partnership region to produce high-quality content, including in local languages. Of course, different countries face different challenges. Allow me, therefore, to say a few words specifically on our support to independent media in Ukraine. The EU is currently tackling 3 major challenges to media in Ukraine. First, safety of journalists. Second, the struggle for economic survival and independence of media outlets. And third, the flood of disinformation created and amplified through the Kremlin's hybrid warfare. Since the beginning of the war, we have constantly increased our support to Ukrainian media, which is now reaching 23 million euro. Pre-war, EU support was focused on capacity building and training. Now, we increasingly provide emergency funding to support Ukrainian independent media outlets directly. This can cover, for example, staff and operational costs, cybersecurity measures, financing protective equipment like bulletproof vests, or establishing backup hubs. I was in Lviv in September. I went to a media center supported by the EU and could discuss with journalists there. And I would like to pay tribute to journalists from war-torn Ukraine, but also to those from other countries who have taken and still are taking great risks to do their jobs, sometimes paying the ultimate price for their dedication. The EU is and remains fully committed to protecting freedom of the press and to ensuring that journalists are able to do their work and are able to do their work safely. On the EU's response to foreign information manipulation and interference, I want to say that our fight, of course, had to be strengthened, our fight against disinformation activities organized from Russia. Russia's invasion of Ukraine underlined the urgency of tackling disinformation all over European Union. It used to be focused on Central and Eastern European countries, I mean the Russian disinformation production, but now we have it everywhere with different intensity, of course, and slightly different narratives. We are actively countering Russia's information manipulation and disinformation, using all instruments at our disposal to respond decisively and with one voice. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the EU has adopted sanctions against certain Russian channels. I think you remember the 6th package, which contained Russia Today and Sputnik. Then we added some more, and now we are working on the 9th package, where there might be some more so-called media. I will not use the term media, because for us they are just the tools of Putin's war propaganda and Putin's war. We are also taking steps to curb the spread of war propaganda and harmful disinformation. This includes closing accounts, demoting disinformation, and stepping up cooperation with fact-checkers. I would never believe, I will say to the managers and owners of big platforms like Meta, Google, TikTok, Twitter, choose the side of the history, choose the right side, and help us curb the Russian disinformation. And they are doing what they committed. Of course, nothing is perfect, and we have to push them to do more and better. We have also been encouraging online platforms to give us the data about the Russian propaganda, because we need to know which narratives, which countries, which languages, which impact on the society it has. Last but not least, we have strengthened our proactive communication. Our public channels, such as EU versus Disinfo, continue to raise awareness about disinformation, information manipulation and interference, and to expose its coordinated nature. But I also want to think about how we can reach Russian people in Russia and across the world. Because what I said was, we defend ourselves against Russian propaganda, even through sanctions. We strengthened our communication, but what to do there? I think that we should be thinking about some new initiative. I often mention the idea of now this is my quote, Radio-Free Russia, something which we might establish and fund to reach the Russian people, because I believe that the Russian people, many of them, want to hear different stories than what they hear from Kremlin. I think they are keen on knowing the facts, because we are not like Putin. We will not send any propaganda to Russia. We will want to inform the people about the factual situation. And I remember when I was a child, my father used to listen every evening the Voice of America and Radio Liberty, very silently. It was a secret thing, because we feared of the revenge of the communist regime. And I know how much hope and awareness this brought to my father, to me, to the family, to the friends, and I believe that this is maybe something which many Russian citizens might need and appreciate as well. So think with me about that. I am only at the level of thoughts, but sometimes from thoughts to action is a short distance. So let's work together on something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And now the time has come for a video link to Kyiv. I hope we have the link already. So excellent. Excellent. Madam Minister, thank you very much for being with us. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes,
so without further...
You can see you perfectly well. Good morning.
Thank you. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first of all thank the Czech Presidency and Radio Free Europe for hosting this important event. And let me first mention the name of Věra Jourová. She was a journalist of Radio Free Europe. I have never known her before. I didn't know her personally, unfortunately, but in April she died in a Russian missile strike on Kyiv. And her colleagues described her as the best person in the editorial office. As a producer of Ukrainian service, she was probably behind many stories that were telling the truth about the war in my country. And since February 24, Russian terrorists brutally killed 42 media professionals, making them forever silent. But I think that their death speak loudly about Russia's crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity that they commit in Ukraine. Recently, one of the streets in the capital of my country, in Kyiv, was renamed after Alexander Machov. He was a journalist and soldier of the armed forces of Ukraine who died fighting for his country. But his bride, also a journalist, Anastasia, she is now a defender in the armed forces of Ukraine. And I believe that today Ukrainians fight not only for their land, but also, at the battlefield, but also for the information security on the information fronts, on the diplomatic fronts. We have been doing everything possible to ensure one voice policy and not to allow Russia impose its, I believe, destructive narratives on the world community. During the first days of full-scale invasion, it was our absolute priority, and journalists, both Ukrainian and foreign, were our best friends in this regard. Propaganda and disinformation are instrumental for Putin's regime to achieve its political goals, both domestically and abroad. In the hands of the Russian dictatorship, the media became a source of evil, a tool to spread manipulations and propaganda. And unfortunately, the reality in Russia is that you cannot even have a license to perform as a media outlet in case if you do not collaborate with the system, with the dictatorship system. So you have to bleach out Russia's crimes. Otherwise, you cannot be a journalist or you cannot be a media outlet. This is why we were so persistent in our call to introduce a ban on Russia's propaganda resources. And unfortunately, we have the reality that in some of the European countries, we still have Russia Today and Sputnik, and these are the propaganda resources, and as well as in the Eastern Partnership countries, the impact of these resources is huge, and we can see the consequences of that. Dear colleagues, the first thing that Russia does in the occupied territories is occupation of broadcasting infrastructure, including TV and radio frequencies. They jam the internet traffic, they cut off all independent media and suppress voices of journalism and activists as such. In this regard, I want to recall my personal story as far as I was living in Crimea in 2014. And as a former journalist, I've been traveling the whole peninsula, and I saw with my own eyes what happened to not only to Crimea, but then further on in Donbass, and today what we see in Kherson region or other occupied territories. 16th of March 2014, It was the day of the so-called referendum, and there was a tiny room, a small room in the Crimea Media Company. It was filled with journalists and cameras from all over the globe. And there was a very tiny passage to the scene where the representatives of the occupying authorities have been informing about the sham referenda and the results of this referenda. And there was a very tiny passage, and one man came and put his camera and tripod and started filming right on this passage, and one foreign journalist came up to him and approached him and very politely requested him to move his camera so that he would not block the passage. And then in a very brutal manner, this man, Russian journalist probably, in Russian language, he said, "This is my land now, and don't you dare to tell me where I can film and stand and where not." And I was just in a meter behind, silently witnessing this scene, and just in this very moment, I realized what reality we will live in. And unfortunately, the Crimean reality is still the same, where any decent voice has been persecuted. Russia created a vacuum of independent journalism in Crimea, and I believe that ordinary people, they started to tell the truth about the real situation at the peninsula. This was the way how the phenomenon of citizen journalism was born. Many of these people without proper education, they just took their cell phones or gadgets or any other instruments that could film and record, and they attended the court trials, which were very puppet, I would say, or the house searches, or all those events when and where Russia persecuted average people. They filmed and recorded and thus became citizen journalists and activists, but many of them are being targeted and oppressed today. And just a few days ago, citizen journalists Osman Arif Mehmetov, Ruslan Suleimanov, and Rustem Sheikh-Aliyev were sentenced to 14 years in the prison. You can imagine yourself that just for trying to tell the truth, you'll spend 14 years in the prison for nothing. Coming back to Russian disinformation, we can see that a lot of their fake news are well designed and packaged. They're being repeated non-stop by plenty of sources, spamming all possible frameworks. And among the most recent and absurd ones is the fake about the so-called dirty bomb that Ukraine is allegedly developing to attack Russia. And the Russian delegation even dared to promote it within the UN frameworks, calling for a discussion of this fake with the members of the UN Security Council. And there are many more, which comes to food security, energy security, when the main target of Russia is actually discreditation of Ukraine as such, not only of the government, but also as a country, as a society. The massiveness of Russian propaganda and a wide range of its tools bring us to the need to redouble our efforts to debunk those fake news and improve the resilience of our societies. And we have a very good example of such cooperation among Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania within the Lublin Triangle format. We actually work shoulder to shoulder to counter the information and hybrid warfare challenges. And recently, the comms cooperation has expanded to include the United Kingdom. The experts of Lublin Triangle have prepared a joint report on Russian disinformation that will be presented just in 5 days, 6th of December in Brussels, at the EU-Ukraine conference dedicated to resisting Russia's false narratives. And this report contains of recommendations to a number of stakeholders, including governments and public institutions, international organizations and donors, civil society and media. And let me probably quote some recommendations which can be useful in the framework of our today's discussion. And these are two. The first one is to preserve the notion and status of independent media and journalism, with the one who name and shame those exploiting freedom of speech to spread propaganda and disinformation. So actually it means name spade a spade. And the second, raise public awareness about the principles and ethics of quality journalism and the role of independent media in democratic societies. And this is exactly what we are trying to do in Ukraine, even in the conditions of martial law. Ukrainian media are free and united in their fight against law, against the aggressor. Dear colleagues, Russia used its weaponized propaganda and manipulations against all countries of Eastern Partnership, and I believe against democratic values and world as such. Our information security is equal to the physical security, and therefore it should be a part of defense efforts. Otherwise, it can lead to a terrible consequence by to consequences that are still not known to the world. Because I'm professionally dealing with this issue for years. At my previous capacity as the Deputy Minister in the Information Policy Ministry, we've been trying to explore the phenomenon of the brainwash, because if you have some friends or relatives in Russia, for example, when you try to reach out and tell your story, and even whatever video you show, whatever picture you show from the war, you cannot break through the veil because they believe in their own reality. And I think that it's really a phenomenon that should be explored more, because of the instruments, because of the technologies that impact and brainwash and thus influence not only the political choice, but the moods and destruct societies. So I think that we have to strengthen the resilience of independent media and professional journalism in Europe and beyond, especially in the global South, Africa and Asia. This is what we are trying to do in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. And to conclude myself, let me state that I believe that strong and independent media, professional journalism, powerful expert community, civil society and influencers are the best guarantee to live in resilient society and therefore in safety. I thank you for your attention and I wish you all fruitful conversation and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Colleagues, now we can take 5 minutes break and start at 10:30 sharp. You can bring the coffee into the room, of course. And for those who are the first-time visitors of this building, let me remind you that the Warsaw Pact was dissolved right in this building in 1991. So this building has a great history, and now we are part of the history again. Thank you. So, and the next chairman will ask you to take the floor in 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'd invite you to all take your seats if you would, kindly, so we can start our panel discussion. Thank you. All right, I think we're going to get started because we're already running a little bit behind schedule, and to give time for our panelists and also for you to ask your questions. So welcome to our first panel, and once again I'd like to add my thanks to the thanks that were given to the Czech Foreign Ministry for hosting this conference. I'll just once again thank our panelists for joining us. I think that Vice President Věra Jourová needs no introduction, but nevertheless, I think it's worth mentioning that she has been the one who has been spearheading the Commission's work on media freedom, and that's something that I'd like to highlight. Most notably right now, there's the European Media Freedom Act, which I believe is in the consultation process, and it's a very important initiative coming from the EU, so maybe we'll hear a little bit about that. So welcome, Madam Vice President, and thank you for joining us. To my right, I've got Jody Ginsburg, who's the president of the Committee to Protect Journalists, the foremost organization for the defense of journalists around the world. So welcome and thank you. And we're also joined by Evgeny Shevinsky, who is the editor-in-chief of Zrcadlo, which is the new incarnation of Tutbay, which was the largest independent media portal in Belarus before it was shut down and labeled an extremist organization, as most, in fact, all independent journalist organizations have been tagged in this way by the authorities in Belarus, including RFERL, as was mentioned earlier. So I was just joking with Jody that she's sitting in the middle of two extremist representatives here, at least in the eyes of the Belarusian authorities here. You're safe, maybe a little bit more. So I just maybe would start with a question to each of our panelists. We'll have a discussion, and then I'd like to open the floor to you for your own questions. I'd just maybe start with Vice President Jourová. There's a bit of a paradox. Let me ask you this one. I mean, media freedom indices in several new EU member states have actually paradoxically declined since those countries became EU members. There are many reasons for this, including economic ones, which have resulted in the consolidation of media ownership to the detriment of plurality in media in many of those countries. Of course, we've had the rise of social media in recent years, disinformation campaigns. All of these things have run in parallel. But nevertheless, it is a fact. And so my question is, if even within the EU, we see that becoming an EU member is not necessarily a guarantee that media freedom will not decline in your country. When it comes to countries outside the EU, countries that would like to join, countries in the partnership, what words of hope can you offer them if we're facing a difficult situation inside the EU in some countries? You're proposing remedies to fix that. What do you say to countries that are even outside this belt?
Yes. Thank you very much. Whenever I speak to the representatives of the countries which would like to join the EU, I always afraid of the question, you are preaching to us what to do, and you do not have your own house in order. And this is what you indicated, that also in the EU member states, we see the signs of declining of media pluralism and independence, but also of trust of people in media. And I think that these are connecting factors. And I see very dangerous trend that the trust of people in traditional media or classic media is going down, and the impact of disinformation is going up. It was one of the reasons why we decided to propose the Media Freedom Act. We have good data showing the situation in the member states or the EU. It's done by University in Florence in cooperation with all member states' universities. The survey is called Media Pluralism Monitor. And we see that every year there are more dark red countries, which means that there is the trend of increased political pressures on media, and also increased economic pressure, financial problems, and also increased security threats to journalists. And it's not only the case of Central and Eastern European countries. Of course, the new countries, the new ones, are they still new? We joined the EU in 2004, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and others. But we see these trends also in some old member states. So what the Commission did, we first of all desperately needed to do more to guarantee safety of journalists, because we have bad statistics. We have several killed journalists in our member states. We have, I have the figure from 2020, more than 900 heavily injured journalists in 22 member states of the EU. So, and because security is the competence of the member states, not the competence of the EU, we issued a recommendation for all the member states to take concrete measures to guarantee better the security of journalists. I will not go into all that. We spoke about it with Jody yesterday. We recommend very practical things. First of all, when a journalist announces to police that he or she, and it's very often she, by the way, when they announce that they are under threats and that there is some online violence, which always has the potential to become physical violence, that the police must not underestimate that. They have to go after these cases. The second, the states should provide the protection of digital devices of journalists. The member states should help the journalists in a situation when they find out that they are being spied. So these are very concrete things. And I'm traveling across Europe speaking to ministers of home affairs who are responsible for security to ask what concrete measures have you taken. We will have a report on the actions done by the member states after the new year, so we will continue this dialogue. We had 2 killed journalists in Malta and Slovakia. This is such a reputational blow for the country that I think that many other countries stopped taking this as something which might be neglected. Yeah? So that's the security of journalists. The second thing, I proposed the legislation to protect journalists against abusive litigations, against the so-called SLAPs. So if the journalist is being sued by somebody just for artificial reason, just for the process, which for me is abuse of judicial system, the judge should look first into the case, whether it is a real case, whether there is some evidence, or whether this is just artificial, just the pressure on the journalist and effort to exhaust the financial sources of the journalist and the time. And such judge could dismiss the case at the very beginning, so that the process does not start. And I think that this is also an important help to the journalists in the EU. Of course, the big media houses have the financial buffer to defend their employees. But just think about freelancers or smaller media outlets, they have no chance. So that's why we decided to help. And then the Media Freedom Act, which will not have an easy time now in the legislative process. You said that the consultations started. Now that's the legislative process which involves the European Parliament and all the member states. And we want the member states to accept this as a regulation which is directly applicable. And what we want in principle is that in every member state there should be public service media, public service media, not state, not party service media. So it means that the public service media should have sufficient financing, predictable financing, at least 2-3 years ahead, certain money to operate, and that there must be non-discriminatory and transparent procedures leading to appointments of people to media boards and management. Then prohibition to the states to interfere into editorial freedom of media, which might be unpleasant for some governments already now in the member states that we are proposing that. There is almost absolute ban of using spyware against the journalists, ban of pushing the journalists to disclose the journalistic sources and these kind of things. Then transparency of public financing of media. We will want the public bodies to disclose how much money they paid to whom, because we see the cases when the public money is being used to buy the gratitude of some media and to read only good stories about the government. This means that such media cannot then play the role which I spoke about before, the checks and balances, and to keep the powerful under control. Forget it, when the public money gets in, this is a big problem. So that's why we want transparency. We want to protect recognized media against the powerful digital platforms. So the platforms should inform the media before they remove some content, and the media should be able to defend their content. So there are these kind of things which should increase, radically increase, the protection of media and strengthen their role in European society. Sorry, maybe I was too long, but...
Not at all, but just maybe one follow-up. Are you, because this consultation process goes through each of the EU countries, are you concerned that there will be perhaps attempts, as has been said by some, to water down some of the provisions? Sorry.
My job is to defend the proposal of the Commission, which is at the beginning. I was consulting this year, the whole summer. I spoke to everybody who means something in the media world, because that's the first time the Commission is doing that. So I had to admit, I think it was Socrates who said, I know I don't know anything, no? So I consulted a lot, so I want to defend my proposal. But this Monday, I had the first chance to hear the opinions of the member states, of the ministers of culture. Not all spoke at the Culture Council, but you would be surprised. I heard the most positive reflections from Central and Eastern European countries who say, yes, we need such law. We need such a safety net on European level. And you would be surprised, I heard this also from France. I was in Paris before the presidential elections. Emmanuel Macron won. Okay, for me, I am a liberal, so of course I celebrated that. But Marine Le Pen had more than 40%. Just imagine what might happen in case the politicians in the country start interfering into media independence and media pluralism. So in France, I heard, yes, it will be a good thing to have such European media law for the case when things go wrong in our country. And I hear it from Greece, I heard it from Italy. Where I hear criticism is Germany, Austria, who else? It's naming and shaming, but
We're journalists, we like that. Go ahead, yeah.
He silenced me. What I hear from Germany mainly, our system works well. Do not touch it. Do not push your European nose into our fantastic German system. My answer is, okay, by the media law, I am not decreasing the level of protection of media in Germany. This is not my plan to destroy what works well. But please enable us to help other countries to increase the protection of media. And by the way, also in Germany, the things could go wrong. So never say never. I think that our problem in these days is the lack of fantasy and imagination. What are all the things which might happen? Remember the attack on Capitol in Washington. Shocking things are happening. So we have to be able to defend the media by means of strong legislation.
Thank you. Let me ask Jody Ginsburg. We've heard a lot of eloquent words about the importance of journalism in democracy, but what impact does it have on a society when independent journalists, and we've had specific examples, are not allowed to do their work?
Thanks, Jeremy, and I'll try and be brief because I know there are journalists in the room who've been sitting for 2 hours and must be itching to ask questions. So it seems a little strange to be answering that question here because you'd think that we knew the answer to this. But, you know, essentially a lack of independent media creates the space for authoritarianism to thrive. Political suppression is obviously the key result of that silenced space. And to Vera's point, you know, our memories are short. Our memories are short. It is not so long ago, actually, that here in Czechia there was almost no independent media in country, and all of that media and information that was being provided to citizens was coming from outside of the country. And so in order for independent media to thrive, you need those conditions to be continually renewed and restored. And I just want to share a funny, if not slightly disturbing, anecdote. So I used to run an organization called Index on Censorship, which has a very long history of publishing Czech dissident writers. We published Charter 77 shortly after it was published. And so have a long history going back publishing dissident writers and writing about Czechs. And in 1989, after the various revolutions, one of our funders came to us and said, right, so you can stop your magazine now because we have freedom of speech everywhere, so maybe you want to do something else, you know, a different kind of human rights issue, but we have media freedom now. And here we are today talking about not only a decline in media freedom in countries that are traditionally and can still are authoritarian, but increasingly in countries that are part of the European Union. So lack of independent media creates a space for political suppression, for mis and disinformation to thrive. We see exactly what happens as independent media have moved out of Russia. We heard it from the Ukrainian minister. It creates an environment in which individuals become increasingly persuaded of the government narrative because there is no other narrative. So that's the first area. The second area is corruption. So without independent media, without investigative media, corruption is allowed to thrive. It enables those who would misuse our political systems, our financial systems, to operate entirely under the radar. And it is absolutely no coincidence that the journalists who we see most targeted, both physically in terms of those journalists who've been killed in this region recently, but those who are threatened online, those who receive legal threats, are journalists investigating corruption. The third area, and I think this is really key in what we've seen over the past 2 years, is our own health and safety. Without independent media, we don't have the information that we need to understand the threats and risks to our own health and safety. And that's not just true of COVID and the importance of having intelligible information about COVID and local risks as well as global information, but it goes back to investigations into the effects of smoking, for example. There are all throughout history we have needed independent information to be able to assess risks to our own lives and take precautions accordingly. In essence, without an independent media, we can't, as individuals, make the decisions that we need just to live ordinary lives. And I think quite often what we do is we talk about independent media as important for democracy, and it feels like some sort of big, separate, elitist enterprise that is not related to our normal lives as human beings, but actually it affects everything that we do from the minute that we wake up, and our ability to live the fullest possible lives as individuals in a healthy way, and make sure that we are holding those to whom we transfer our taxes and other responsibilities, that they are carrying out their duties as they should. I'm going to stop there, but I am obviously a journalist. I think journalism is vital. I also think that it's really important when we are defending journalism to remember that journalism is not possible without journalists, and therefore the frameworks that we've heard the Commissioner talk about are really, really important to protect individuals like Evgeny and others, because those are the people who are going to produce the information that enables us to live whole and fruitful lives. So I think it's always worth remembering that it's not just about a noble profession, it's about supporting the individuals that make that possible.
Thank you. And Yevgeny Shabinsky, if you could maybe tell us in some detail, I mean, Belarusian journalists face a very specific set of circumstances. They've been turned into criminals at home by the regime, so they're either in jail or have been forced into exile. So how do you operate as a media house in exile? How do you stay connected with your audience? How do you do your work when you can't be in the country that you're covering?
It's really difficult. And Jeremy, if you don't mind, I have a small speech about this problem. Yeah. At first, I want to say thank you to the opportunity to join you and tell some words about Belarus and Belarus independent media. And also I want to say sorry about my English. He's not well, but I think we will understand each other. It just so happened that right now I am editor-in-chief of a Belarusian independent media Zerkalo, one of the biggest in our country. Only on the website in November we have almost 40 million views. And this despite the fact that we are blocked in Belarus. Why did I say it just so happens that right now I am editor-in-chief of Zerkalo? Because in normal situation our media wouldn't have to exist. In democratic countries, journalists are not sent to prison because of their job. But in Belarus, it's not like this. Zerkalo was created by part of a team of the biggest independent media of Belarus and one of most successful in all Eastern Europe, Tudbay. I worked there too. I was head of video department. On the 18th of May 2021, all this collapsed. Authorities destroyed Tudbay, detained dozens of my colleagues, and filed criminal charges against them. Tudbay's editor-in-chief Marina Zolotova and general manager Lyudmila Chekina still in jail, almost 1.5 years from now. And more than 10 other Belarusian journalists and media managers. Right now, when we speak here, Belarusian journalist Gennady Mazejka in the court. He wrote an article more than a year ago about Andrei Zeltser. Andrei Zeltser, this is Belarusian man, deaf. He was killed by KGB agents when they came to his house. Also, Andrei Zeltser killed one of KGB agents. Gennady wrote an article about Zeltser, and after that, about 10 hours, he go to prison, he go to jail. Right now, he can go to jail about 3 and 5 years, I don't know. But in all these horrors, journalists of then still Tudbay didn't stop working for a second. We continue to write news and publish our articles in social media and messengers because Tudbay's website was down by police. Millions of Belarusians who lived in dictatorship still had an objective source of information. In democratic countries, journalists do not need to go abroad to do their job. That's what about your question. But in Belarus, it's not like this. Right after destroying Tudbay, part of our team decides that we want and we should do in journalism. To make this happen, we should have left our beloved country. Democratic countries do not support imperial ambition of their neighbors, in aggressive and inhuman war. But in Belarus, it's not like this. From the first day of Russian invasion in Ukraine, the regime of Lukashenko supports Kremlin at this horrible war. It gives our territory and infrastructure, and more recently, it has begun to give Russia our weapons. Because of this war, our team of Zerkala, was forced to relocate for a second time in 8 months, because from Belarus we go to Ukraine, and then to Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Germany. In democratic countries, politicians and officials answer to the journalists' questions, but in Belarus it's not like this. Around a month ago, head of Belarusian KGB said about threat from, please not laughing, European side, and declared that, it is a quote, they discuss, among other things, to use tactical nuclear weapon at Belarus territory. Sounds scary, right? So our readers got scared too and flooded our feedback with questions about what to do if the blow did happen. What happens in democratic countries? A journalist calls to relevant ministry and receives detained command. And I think, well, if not, someone on the ministry lose their job. Belarusian independent journalists from Zerkala are forced to call ordinary hotlines and introduce themselves as ordinary citizens to order to get at least some information because of Belarusian officials are forbidden to communicate with independent journalists. All those features inherent in democratic states, which I just spoke about, are absent in modern Belarus. But there are journalists of Zerkala and another Belarusian independent media who, in spite of fear and all difficulties, continue to tell people in Belarus what's really happened in our country. And if we stop doing our job, stop telling people about all horrors of dictatorship, about facts, Belarus will be in a light year further from democracy than it is now. As long as there in Belarus are Belarusians who are not silent, politicians, activists, journalists, readers of independent media, our country have a chance to change. Thank you.
Thank you for an eloquent statement. I wanted to ask one follow-up question since we have the Vice President right here. Is there anything that you believe the EU could do to help journalists in Belarus that you wish they would do and they are not yet doing?
I and my colleagues have a big trouble with legalization in countries where we lived. For example, I live in Latvia. I have a resident permit there. and I try open bank account. How do you think, how long it's take?
We've had this experience. It can take a while, all of getting through all of the paperwork, yes.
It's take almost 5 months, and they don't want open bank account for me. And this summer I should to change my resident permit, and I'm not sure that Latvian government give me another one. Part of my team live in Poland, and they wait their resident permit more than a year. Part of our team live in Lithuania, and they wait their resident permit more than a year. It's a big problem because Jody said that we should live ordinary life, feel safe. Yes, I agree with it, but we have some bureaucratic problem in country where we live, and it's make more pressure for us. For us, give us pressure, Belarus government and government countries where we live. This is a problem.
Understood. So you're grateful for the asylum, but the bureaucratic hoops puts pressure on people, yeah.
I just want to say something about this. This problem is really not uncommon, and it's becoming an increasing problem, unfortunately, because of the scale of the crisis that we have globally. So we have Afghan journalists now in exile, we have Iranian journalists now in exile, we have Russian journalists in exile, Belarusian journalists in exile, and they all experience the same challenges. Number one is actually getting out of country and having countries support and sponsor visas in a timely fashion. Without countries, and I know Czechia has been very good at this, but unfortunately it's not replicated elsewhere. Without that, without governments responding quickly, journalists who are at risk go to places where they are themselves at risk, that don't have the same protections, for example, in terms of digital safety, where they can be picked up by security agencies of the countries from which they've fled. So without that emergency support, they're at risk. Then when they get to countries, even if you're given some kind of asylum, one of the challenges is that there's very little support often given to regularize your status. And so at the time when what you want to do is be doing your job and reporting, having already left a very stressful situation, you're plunged again into an extremely stressful situation where your accommodation is uncertain, your status is uncertain, it takes you 6 months to open a bank account. And if there's one thing, and I know that Vice President cannot control this because visas are not within the competence of member states, but if there's one thing that we could ask countries in this region and within the EU to do is to make it easier for individuals to whom they have given support and asylum to be able to continue to work. That's a very practical thing, but it would make a huge difference.
Thank you. I was going to ask, obviously, at the Brussels level, this might be not really something that is dealt with, but nevertheless, is there anything that you can do from your seat to address this situation?
I try to be practical now, and I think that I took the message very, very clearly. As Jody said, this is fully in the competence of the member states because this is about the asylum procedures. I tried to address the member states sometimes in summer when I heard first cases of the Belarusian and Russian journalists having tough life in our member states also because of the long bureaucratic procedures. But I have to tell you that there was no appetite to get some coordination from Brussels because this is simply the member states' competence and we don't have any right to interfere into the asylum procedures. But I might try again. For the member states, this is not a priority thing, I have to say. I'm not blaming anyone, I'm just describing the situation. So when I found this out, I started some very anti-systematic actions, when I was asked to help some concrete person, I rang to the minister and tried to convince him to speed up. And, well, you can imagine, these are even things I should not do. But I took the message. I believe that there are 3 things which should be done in comparably satisfactory way by the EU member states. One is to resolve the status thing, which means that there should be the common approach in the asylum procedure and reasonable timing. The second is the material support, because the people need some money to be able to live in Europe. And the third thing is to have the job where they could do what they know best. And here I also tried to speak to different big media houses, whether there is the appetite willingness to employ the journalists, and I received more or less positive messages, but this is just what I can do, and it's very asystemic, but I can try again. Okay, I promise I will try again.
Thank you very much. I was just looking at the clock, and we only have about 13 minutes left, so maybe I should open for questions from you. So please just raise your hand, and yes, lady over there.
Thank you. Thank you for the remarks. My question is to Vera, and it's about the social media platforms and companies and how far you've come in actually convincing them to protect independent media and newsrooms who are on these platforms, whose content is constantly being taken down, and who face quite a big challenge in actually even finding the people at these companies to have conversations in getting better protection, getting their content back on the platforms and whatnot. Thank you.
How much time do we have? Well, whenever I meet the big bosses of big platforms, I am really checking who the people are, whether we are on the same page when it comes to values and just essential understanding what is good and what is bad. And I had different experiences with this. But I used to call them digital gods. I don't anymore, because we adopted regulation in the EU, which is radically increasing the responsibility of the platforms for the content. First thing, we want them not to distribute the criminal content. It is child pornography, it's terrorism, violent extremism, and hate speech. Since, I think, 2 weeks ago, the legislation is in force. So they have to do what is set in stone, what is in the legislation. But there are still a lot of voluntary things they should do under their social responsibility. And this is mainly the work against disinformation, the work against propaganda and harmful content, harmful to security, also covers the cooperation with the media, which you ask about. And here I have to say we are pushing the platforms to do 3 things. First of all, we have the copyright directive in force, which means that the platforms have to pay the journalists for their work. Once they take over the content produced by the journalist must be paid. And I have to check how it works in practice, because the negotiations are still ongoing in some member states. Second, we created the hubs in almost every member state, the so-called European Media Observatory, which counts with the participation of the platforms, but which also gathers fact-checkers and journalists. And here again, if the journalists are used, maybe it's not the right word, but I will say it, used as fact-checkers, again, they have to be paid. I mean, the journalists are the professionals who are able to find out what the facts are and to verify the facts from different sources. And then when the work is used by the platforms, because we want them to do the fact-checking and label and add the facts, they have to be paid. And the third thing, to protect the media against the platforms, this is what we did through the Media Freedom Act, which is described. It is still waiting for a final adoption. But I believe that the recognized media should be able to defend their content against the action done by the platforms, because they have to moderate or can moderate the content. They can do it on the basis of their terms of service. But I never wanted the platforms to be the arbiters of the truth. And they should do it with full respect to the freedom of speech. So here we will see how it works. When I say recognized media, this is terminus technicus from the Media Freedom Act. We want to protect media which follow high standards of professionalism, who have transparent ownership and financing, who have the ethical codex. There are some more conditions. So we are not giving it for free, this privileged treatment which the platforms should give to the recognized media. So this is the interplay. I sometimes say we have a love and hate story with the platforms. Now with Mr. Musk, I am enjoying a new chapter. We are sending messages there and back. And I said yesterday to Bloomberg that, well, Mr. Musk is helping Ukraine by providing technological support. I really don't believe that the same person would like to be abused by Russian propaganda to become one of the Putin's propagandist soldiers. So we will see.
Believe it or not, I was going to ask you about Mr. Musk because in connection with the fact that Twitter closed its Brussels office a few days ago, which was meant to be the center of enforcement for compliance with this new legislation. So what are going to be the consequences?
6% of the annual turnover sanction. Did you mean that?
Yes?
No. We have the laws in Europe, which have to be fully respected by everybody who wants to operate on our market. And Twitter is making good money on European market, and they have to respect our rules. First of all, data protection. So we are watching what's happening in Dublin, because that's the place where Twitter should give answers to the data protection agency or officer. The second thing is on moderation of content and responsibility for the content. Well, they will also have to obey or abide by the new rule. In case they do not, of course, the enforcers will have to investigate, impose the sanction. I can do it like that. No, I mean, we have hard legislation which contains the sanctions. The enforcement is key because the legislation on the paper doesn't help, yeah? So we will have to show everybody who wants to operate on our market that we mean it, that our rules will be duly enforced.
Just one other follow-up for me. When you're talking about enforcement, I want to go back to the European Media Freedom Act. Will there be an enforcement mechanism? I know there's going to be a board to sort of oversee, but will it have teeth?
Yeah, there will be independent media boards in every member state, which will oversee the commercial media. For the public service media, we foresee their own line. And there is also the European Media Board, which should contain or be set by 27 representatives of 27 member states. This European Media Board will not have legally binding decision-making power. They will issue opinions. And then the Commission will be able to act in case the Media Freedom Act will be in breach in some member states. We will be able to launch the infringement procedures. But coming back to the European Media Board, I know we are short of time, but you remember we decided, or we proposed as the Commission to sanction Russia Today and Sputnik, and later some others. I was criticized by that, for that decision, because it's not in European DNA to sanction media. So I had to explain that we do not consider Russia Today to be the media service provider according to our standards. But the Commission had to take this decision on the basis of own data collection. And the European Media Board in the future will help us to have collective opinion in such situations, so that we can have this opinion and we can operate with it better equipped with the data and with the opinions from our member states. It's not easy to take a decision to sanction the media. I would never have believed we will have to do that. But you made a mistake. You shouldn't have asked me about that. But because we are in Prague, maybe you don't know the story of Jan Palach. Does the name tell you something? He was a student of the Faculty of Philosophy who burned himself in the Wenceslav Square as a protest against the Russian occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1968. And he left a letter to alarm those who will, as he hoped, fight for the freedom against the Russian occupants. You know what was in the letter of Jan Palach? Forbid the censorship, and the second row was forbid the Russian media outlets. So the first was about protection of freedom of speech, and the second, sanction the Russian propaganda. And I read this letter just in the middle of the criticism about what we did against Russia Today and Sputnik. And it helped me a lot, because I don't think these two things are in contradiction, to protect the freedom of speech and at the same time to take action against those who are abusing the freedom of speech.
That's very eloquently put. I think we have time for one more question, because I don't want to go over time, so maybe I'll go to this side, and the lady over there.
Okay, good. So thank you for a very interesting panel discussion. The question I want to ask is, banning Russia Today and Sputnik is just drop in the ocean, because basically Russia operates a huge net around the whole EU with different media resources that they finance, and with their journalists and some experts that usually visit different TV shows, media, especially in Italy. Russian propaganda continues to work in Italy. We also mentioned, for example, Le Pen today and her party, which was financed by Gazprom. So my question basically is, what instruments do we have to stop financing those medias that currently still work in the EU, and get money even from private assets of Russian oligarchs or from Russian companies because they still function and they still spread misinformation. For example, even according to data that I know, in Czech Republic, 35% of population trust alternative resources. And those alternative resources are basically financed by Russia. In the European Parliament, where I currently work, there is a whole political group that always says that banning Russia is not democratic, that we need to stop sanctioning medias. So how can we stop it? Because basically the financement is going on. Thank you.
The sanctions which are not enforced are useless, I have to say. So we are sanctioning the so-called media. We did it in 2 packages. Now we are working on the 3rd one. I am in contact with Alexander Tkachenko, the Ukrainian Minister of Culture, who gave me some indications. I have my own data collection. And once we sanction them, it has to be enforced at the member states level, because not respecting the sanctions or avoiding the sanctions is the criminal offense. And I am on the case. I am on several cases now. For instance, also Eutelsat, which is the French satellite, where we are pushing the French government to do much more, not to let them distribute the content produced by the sanctioned media. And I spoke to the general manager of Google about YouTube, where they display the content produced by Russia Today under other name. So it is avoidance of the sanctions. So we are on the cases, and we are pushing the member states to do more to enforce that, because the sanctions which will not be properly enforced, I said before, will not deliver the desired result. But you are right, this is alarming topic, and I'm always grateful for the information about where it doesn't work and where we could do more. But I have to repeat, unfortunately, it's the member states' full responsibility. Thank you.
We're reaching our time limit, but
I do not have any questions, but I have a message from our media institution, which is very important for us to send to such a high-level audience, if you can please hear. If it's possible? It's possible?
If you make it really brief, please.
Sorry. So, first of all, thank you so much for all the support for media from Moldova. This contribution is very important for our country, and our newsroom would not exist without its support. The situation of mass media in the Republic of Moldova changed seriously after 24 February. The free and independent media woke up on March 1st with minus 70% of advertising campaigns. This is even though the advertising market is not very big in Moldova anyway, and most of the budgets are absorbed on TV by the television rebroadcast from Russia, and online 85% of the budgets go to the giants Google and Facebook, unfortunately. In this context, the donor support has become even more valuable and important. I came prepared today because in the last few days I discussed with both colleagues from newsroom and also from our media institutions from Republic of Moldova, and based on these discussions I want to draw your attention to the following points. Of course, the situation in Ukraine changed our daily priorities. At the same time, the crisis caused by this war greatly limited our operational capabilities and reduced any development intentions to zero. Our major concern is to be able to pay salaries and bills and not bankrupt the institution. Today, most independent media outlets need co-funding, and I draw your attention to this. It is vital for us. Our effort on thematic projects is imminent, but most often it requires the involvement of the entire operational capacity of a newsroom, and it's no longer possible to produce other types of content. But the diversity of content means the growth of the audience, and the audience is the main objective on independent media. We greatly appreciate and thank the media NGOs for all their effort and dedication. We also benefit from professional training, study visits, and many other activities. And at the same time, I want to ask you to pay more attention to mass media institutions in 2023. Without mass media NGOs will not have activities either. And I'm not kidding. Many media institutions in Moldova, for example, we are on the verge of insolvency. We talk now about the Nord News, one of the most powerful media institutions for the Northern Republic of Moldova, which daily reflects the situation in Ukraine and not only. And the last element, the sustainability of the support. We have full confidence in the expertise and priorities set by each country or by donor or implementing organizations. Our suggestion and kindly request is, as far as possible, to focus on support on strengthening the capacities of media institutions, at least as an experiment for the next 2 years, because our experience tells us that such an approach would make media institutions much more developed and sustainable. Of course, some events in Chisinau would develop some risk, but I believe that guarantees can also be provided. This approach would greatly help media outlets to be focused on journalism, on informing, and the most important mission that we have, to educate society, because the most important of media independence is to educate society. And I will be very happy to tell you in more details during the break. Thank you very much for your kind attention and patience. We are from Nord News Takamde, one of the most powerful institutions from the Northern Republic of Moldova. Thank you for this honor to be here and to express our thoughts, our position, and thank you so much for all of your support. We hope that we will going to be in great relationships further with your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say to that?
No, you are doing a great job for your country, by the way. Thank you for this intervention. We have exchanged contact, and I will be happy to look into what we can do more. Thank you.
Okay, we really have reached the limit of our time for the first panel, so I'd like to thank my fellow panelists. I'd like to thank you for your attention and your questions, and once again to thank the Czech Foreign Ministry for being the hosts. I have received information that there's an opportunity for a group picture, and so I would invite anybody who would like to join us for this family photo. It's going to be on the main staircase right behind you. So there's a coffee break now, but if you would like to, no, there's no coffee break. It's the photo break. All right. So please join us on the staircase for the group photo. Thank you.
I guess we can start. We have at least most of the people back in the audience. So, welcome back from the coffee break, and welcome to the second panel, where we are going to talk about the state of independent media environment in the Eastern Partnership neighborhood and how to address the existing or new challenges faced by the independent media in this region. To help me and us find answers to today's discussion, I'm joined by excellent panelists. You're all seeing their names, so I will, for the sake of time, since we're already late by 15 minutes, I won't be introducing them individually, but I'm in good hands, I think, and we all are in good hands to find some really good, hopefully, really good answers. And so I would like to kick off the panel turning to my fellow colleagues, journalists, sitting today on this panel, Karen, Mariam, and Alina, who, of course, bring a breadth of knowledge and experience doing journalism in polarized societies, in countries where there have been wars, conflicts, and an environment in which, in addition to doing their job, they also have to invest more and more time and effort fighting homegrown, but also foreign-made disinformation. So, Karen, Mariam, and Alina, this is to you. How would you evaluate the current situation in your respective countries in the region? And I'm pretty sure there are more issues to summarize, but perhaps you could keep it to maybe top 3 trends, challenges that you're seeing. Over to you, and whoever wants to go first. Maybe we go from the end of the table to the front.
Hello, everybody. Good to know that the end is first. We in Moldova, doing investigative media and doing free media, had always a difficult situation. But from February 2022, actually, I have to say, this is the hardest year in our journalistic life. And this is the moment when we have the most crisis that we could ever have. We thought the pandemic is the worst thing ever, but then the war nearby, the criminal Russian war in Ukraine, made a huge problem to Moldova and to Moldovan media as well. And we have also energy crisis. We have a lot of corruption that is not solved yet. We have prices going up. We have people that need help every day. So in this situation, journalists, independent journalists have more crises. They are more vulnerable, and they receive more threats than ever because there is a lot of criminal Russian politicians and a lot of Russian troll farms that just spread threats to reporters without being questions by police or by anybody. This is a difficult situation for every citizen in our country. And when good reporters care for every citizen and try to answer citizens' questions, nobody or very few people will come to a reporter and will ask, how do you survive? With a smaller salary or with maybe no salary? How do you survive as a newsroom without electricity? How do you survive without money and with so many problems? This is the time to ask, how could these reporters survive covering so difficult issues and having so few resources? The best thing that happened to us as independent reporters during this war is we got the highest audience ever. And I don't mean only we as Zero de Garda, the investigative media where I work, but I mean the independent media in Moldova increased, their audience increased a lot during pandemic, and then it increased even more during the war, because when people have a problem, they really do not go to a newspaper that publish naked women on the front page. They really do not go to a web page that is making copy-paste. They go to those media that are looking for answers for citizens. It is an honor. It is the best thing we wish for, to have a big audience. But then this is the biggest pressure on journalists, to answer all these questions from the citizens when resources are so small. In my newsroom, the price of the printing paper increased by 30%. The price for energy of the printing house increased by I don't know how many percent. The salaries decreased, and actually we do not know how to cover costs. We have only one good thing, the best audience ever.
I'll tell you a bit about Armenia's situation. The 2018 revolution brought more freedom of speech and more plurality in the media landscape in general, but it also brought more political issues and more political polarization, which is reflected in the media as well. And I can break down Armenia's media picture into 4 different groups. The first group is the pro-government news outlets, and including the public television, including lots of newly emerged television stations and websites, and that are pursuing the government agenda and they are consolidating. The government is consolidating the media resources, and sometimes it's just filtering. Of course, the public television, for example, has much more plurality now. You can see more oppositionist figures being interviewed on the public television, etc., which was something you couldn't see before the revolution. However, there are certain topics that you can see certain self-censorship or any other sort of censorship that are either covered subjectively or not covered at all. So the one section, one group is the government-supported media outlets and the public television, public radio, and others, including. The second group, which is probably the biggest one, is the media outlets that are supported and funded by the former ruling elites, including the second and third presidents of Armenia, and they are pursuing concrete political agendas to discredit the government, to discredit whatever is good or bad in the country, and to capitalize on the government deficiencies and mistakes. So they're pouring money into the media, and this was especially visible during the election phase. Last year we had snap parliamentary elections, and it was after the 2020 calamitous war for Armenia, and the former ruling elites were trying to use the media to come back to power, and they were also using lots of disinformation and fake news to reach their political goals. And by the way, this information is also pertinent to other media outlets as well, including some pro-government media outlets, not exactly the public TV, but pro-government websites and some newly emerged television channels. The third group is are the media outlets either supported by Russian parent companies or directly Russian television channels which are aired in Armenia freely, so including Russian first, second channels, NTV, ORT, the first channel, and there are also Armenian subsidiaries of the Russian TV channels, for example, Sputnik Armenia and others, which, again, pursue their agendas. When it comes to foreign policy issues, when it comes to geopolitical issues, you can see the concrete agendas they're having. And the fourth group, which is the tiniest line, is about free media outlets. Together with my colleagues, we were counting the number of independent media outlets. It doesn't exceed 10, and major independent media outlets are 3 or 4. So we don't have that many independent media outlets. But the burden and the responsibility that lies on the shoulders of this small number of media outlets is huge. So we're there to challenge both the official propaganda, to challenge the disinformation of fake news, and at the same time to provide good analytical reporting, investigative reporting, to watchdog the government, also to somehow curb the disinformation flows that are coming from the other places, including the other media outlets and politicians as well. So the burden on the on the shoulders of the independent media outlets is huge, and they're very vulnerable when it comes to their financial sustainability. The market is small, the market is polarized, the resources are consolidated in the hands of certain political and business groups, and so you don't have that many opportunities to get, for example, core funding. That's a big challenge for the Armenian independent media outlets. But the silver lining for us is that our work has impact. We see that impact, and the impact is that Armenia is much freer than it used to be. The impact that government is more accountable than it used to be, although disorganized, but we have the democracy there. So, and you need to continue on that. And for CivilNet, the silver lining about us is that we just started a campaign to get funding from our audience. It's working quite well, so we're going to increase that, and I'll finish there. Thank you.
And I'll give the floor to Rádiem.
Hello. I want to start, there is a lot going on with Georgian media at the moment, especially in the past year and a half, and I want to start with the very kind of a new issue which has arisen for journalists in Georgia about a year and a half ago. I've been a journalist for about 13 years, and I've been covering all the major protests, elections, strikes, and so on from the ground myself. And about a year and a half ago, first time in my life, I had to make a very important decision for me and for my team in OC Media to put down my press card and press jacket on that day, 5th of July, because I understood that it was difficult to be identified as a journalist. As you know, on 5th of July, 56 journalists were injured, and a few days later, one of them died, Alexo Lashkarova. And it's a very important day for Georgian journalists, because this is where we started to question whether we are safe while we are reporting from the ground. And even though our team were not physically attacked because we were covering the event undercover, I personally received 2 death threats that day, and it didn't actually stop there. These physical attacks on journalists, especially TV crews actually from critical media, have been increasing. And we have a lot of cases now when the TV crews and journalists are attacked in the streets while doing their job. And I think there are several reasons why this is happening. First of all, as you know, 5th of July was organized by ultra-conservative and far-right groups. And the people who are in charge and who basically called for violence that day were not arrested. They are actually free to this day. And they are actually holding meetings in Kremlin here and there. We hear news about them. They are proudly posting photos from Moscow that they are negotiating with the Russian government about Georgia and Russia relations, while we don't even have diplomatic relations with Russia. So these people are free, and the people who got kind of punished for the 5th of July violence, it was just 28 people, and they got sentences around a year, maybe a year and a few months. They are already out. And this brings me to the second important trend and issue is the government of Georgia, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, started this new aggressive anti-Western narrative. And together with that, they started this hate campaign against journalists. Government officials are encouraging basically violence against journalists. They are demonizing us. And you probably have heard this very popular now propaganda narrative from the Georgian government, how the US and the EU wants to drag Georgia into war. And every time journalists critically cover some issues or ask critical questions to the government people, they accuse us being part of wishing to open the second front in Georgia. And not having violence against journalists punished, also encouraging this kind of narrative, it just makes us target. It's not just government. Quite recently, a few days ago, actually a very terrible case happened. A few people broke into the monastery of nuns, and some of them were beaten up, some of them were raped. And Georgian Orthodox Church, very important institute, very influential, their spokesperson came out and blamed it, the whole thing, on the critical media in Georgia. You can imagine how much power Georgian Orthodox Church has and how much influence this statement will have in the future for us while we're reporting from the ground. So yeah, hate campaign together with anti-Western propaganda is this new second trend. And if there were any people left before the Russian invasion of Ukraine thinking what kind of government Georgian dream is, there were some people who were saying that, oh, maybe they're not pro-Russian, but they are careful, or, you know, they are trying to be neutral or something. I think this question is now cleared, and we can say quite clearly that Georgian dream is leading anti-Western foreign course. The third one is more general, I'd say. It's just this increased pressure on critical media overall in Georgia. As you know, for example, the head of the biggest opposition TV channel is in prison. Government officials are boycotting opposition media. They don't come to interviews. They don't, answer to the questions and so on. And we have certain officials, for example, we have a culture minister who personally chooses which journalist can attend events organized by the culture ministry, for example. Or we had a case when she seized the microphone from the opposition TV channel journalist and kept it for several months, and it's actually a criminal law violation, but of course nobody, took any measures against it, and then she returned it out of goodwill, I guess. There are some draft laws currently in Parliament with a bit of scary changes. For example, they want to give more powers to the Communications Commission, which is already has a discriminatory approach to how to fine media outlets, and usually they give bigger fines to the opposition media. And very lately, you might have heard that there were several MPs who left Georgian Dream and formed a new political party, and they've been very vocal against, Western ambassadors and how US tried to organize coup in Georgia and so on. And we, of course, know that they are mouthpiece of the government. And I think what they are doing now is they are kind of trying grounds for different ideas they have. And very recently, this group voiced an idea of having a law to, see how to control NGO funding, basically, something similar to what is it in Russia. And as you know, independent media in Georgia are mostly registered in NGOs, and they receive funding from the donors, most of them. So I don't know, this is very early stage, but if this happens, it will be a terrible thing for us as well as for the civil society. I'll stop here.
Great. No, thank you, all three of you, for really painting the picture of the situation with independent media in the region, different countries, and yet so many parallels in the challenges. One thing that stood out for me in your interventions was how much burden there is on the independent media that there is in these countries, in your respective countries. And I think this is true for also other countries in the neighborhood. And I would love to come back to some of the points that you raised, but I also want to get Lawrence and Jerzy to talk about their perspective, especially, you represent organizations that have been supporting independent media plurality in the region, and you just heard quite an interesting description, worrying description, but also in almost hopeful description, because there have been some really interesting remarks from the panelists about some of the good things that have been happening in these countries. So do you see any change in the challenges that you've been observing in these countries? We haven't even talked about surveillance, we haven't even talked about information controls, we haven't even talked about platform accountability yet. So given these circumstances, what are you seeing change, if you're seeing anything change? And perhaps you too could name a handful of examples or challenges like the previous speakers. So the floor is yours. Maybe Lawrence, you start, and then we move to Jerzy.
Thank you very much. Well, those were very strong stories from Alina, Karen, and Mariam, and I think that underlines the importance of us all gathering here together for the first time in 3 years. And the situation has changed so dramatically since we were last able to gather in person in Riga that it's hard to put it into words. Firstly, the reason we haven't gathered in person is obviously the pandemic, and that we thought was devastating. And one of the things that was giving serious cause for concern was the pandemic an opportunity for those forces that stand against media freedom? Was this because of precisely the obligation for public health reasons to close down mobility, and it was really a challenge on the values side for human rights, including, I would say, freedom of expression already about, and I think Vice President Jourová was very right to say, public health and safety is one of the key things, and that's what Jody said as well, that you have to, when you're in the middle of a global pandemic, it's very important that citizens have access to factual information. And frankly, that was under challenge in many parts of the world, not just the Eastern Partnership. And I have to start, you asked what are the challenges. I mean, what we've just heard, and not talking in this case about Ukraine, and Ukraine, obviously the situation is even more dramatic facing this brutal invasion by Russia. Physical safety of journalists must be where it starts, must be a guarantee of physical safety. Otherwise, it's simply not possible to operate the profession which is indispensable for the access to independent information. So I must start there. And I would like to, as I start there, say and thank Jerzy and his team, but also the Prague Civic Centers for Democracy. We're here, and I think it's very significant that we're here in Prague, which is Czech government and Czech people have really stood up robustly for media freedom and played a leading role in the work that we're doing on the European Union level on the Eastern Partnership to support press freedom. It must start with there, and it's because of the partnerships with organizations like the European Endowment for Democracy, Prague Civic Center for Democracy, that we are able to reach out to journalists more effectively. That's how you'll hear more from Jerzy in a moment. But it must start with the physical safety. And unfortunately, it remains, as we hear now across the region, constantly under challenge. And we are very vigilant to that. And I think you heard clearly a message from Vice President Jourová. Please bring to our attention. We have the ambassadors in the region. We in headquarters are always ready to listen. This is essential that we get the access to the facts. Secondly, I think, and this came up in the first panel quite a bit, but I'd like to come back to it, economic and financial pressures. I thought what Karen described is very interesting, an extremely important message to us in the European Commission, but to all of us here in the room, about how he put the four different types of journalism as he sees it. And clearly on the side of the European Union, what we want to support are genuinely independent media. And of course, the challenge that they face is often, not only, access to reliable sources of financing, precisely because they're trying to get out an independent message, and that is really a difficult issue. That's something that we want to put at the heart of our work. It is a message we took from the Riga conference, actually, that we needed to approach on the side of the European Union our funding in a different way. It needed to be more flexible. It needed to be, and I think that's why we've significantly strengthened our partnership with the European Endowment for Democracy and other. We have 8 established partners through whom we work to precisely facilitate our access and provide smaller scale financing that is the lifeblood of many of these organizations. So I think the ability to resist economic and financial pressures is also part of this resilience. It starts with the physical security, but it also needs to include aspects that address the need for economic and financial security, stability, and sustainability. And then on this aspect, I think we have discussed at great length, because it's so, we think of it as a modern problem, but I actually don't think it is a modern problem. The word disinformation may be more modern, but I think it's always existed. And now it's rightly at the forefront. The High Representative, Josep Borrell, talks about the battle of narratives. We're all part of that. I think we need to step up and play our role. We on the side of the European Union, you heard a passionate opening speech from Vice President Jourová, and you heard her strong personal commitment and the commitment of the European Commission to the Media Freedom Act. I think that sends a very strong signal globally that this is a core European Union value. It's obviously a fundamental value and a human right to freedom of expression and freedom of the press that we really want to strongly stand up for, and that includes across the Eastern Partnership space. I don't want to take too much time in a first intervention, but I must talk about our EU for Independent Media program that we've just started this year, and where we really want to put at the heart of that the fourth type that Karen was describing of media, you know, to help provide in a flexible way the skills that you as professionals tell us you need. We're in listening mode today. It's a program just getting going, and I will take back messages. My team's also here, both physically and online. My message to you really is that we want to help, we're committed to help, but it's a rapidly evolving landscape. I've just heard frankly disturbing descriptions from Alina, Karen and Mariam. We want to stand on the side of free and independent media, and we want to provide the right kind of support that actually reaches you in the way that you feel you need it. And that's why the partnership with Jerzy and his team is so important, but not only, with other key partners. So we're in listening mode, and I will do my best to address questions. I do hope we get time for questions. The questions were rather short in the last panel, so I hope you'll get the opportunity to ask a few more questions than you did perhaps earlier in the thing. I have every confidence in Arzu for that, and for that reason I shall now fall silent. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. Here's the floor is yours.
Thanks, Arzu. Thanks very much, and thank you for all previous intervention, and thank you for invitation. Being again here in Prague is very inspiring. This is really a good place, not only for journalists but for activists, and a lot of good memories here. Let me, as a lot has been said, let me say first that European Endowment for Democracy is, of course, not a kind of self-sufficient donor. We are relying on contributions from member states, from European Commission, that is a very huge contributor to our budget. But at the same time, our role is exactly to read challenges, to analyze context, and to adapt and react as quickly as possible. In that sense, speed of reaction is something where we believe we are good at, and that is, let's say, our role in this whole mechanism that sometimes it's difficult to comprehend for the people who are on the ground and in specific need, why this or that type of support going through this or that partner organization. What we see, the challenges in the whole region are changing enormously, and of course Lawrence has addressed COVID and war are the major factors, but not only this. Probably this is the region where we see all kind of challenges for journalism, for free flow of information, from most hostile environment in Belarus, through extremely dangerous life of journalists and the threat to journalists physical during the war. It's Ukraine. Then relatively, as Karen was describing, relatively free chances for work in Armenia, and growing hostility in Georgia, and similarly relatively still okay situation in Moldova. So we have a lot of different context and different situation, and they are constantly, obviously, changing. What I think is important to say that we have several type of, I mean international community, not EED only, several type of interventions. There are donors who are preferring to support capacity building, training programs. There are donors who are more focused on targeted intervention. They have specific priority, gender mainstreaming, the minority groups. And there are donors who are trying to listen to the actual needs of those who are on the ground, and they are simply saying, let us do what we know the best, the journalism. So obviously, we have chosen this last type of support. We are looking for partners who already have their audiences, who already understand what their product and their added value on the market is. And we are trying to make them work and also react very quickly. But if Arzo asked to bring some stories, let's just hear one of such a story. 2020, after the crackdown of the protests in Belarus, many media left, including the biggest portal, Tutbay. We helped them to move to Kiev. So they reestablished themselves in Kiev, and they start being fully operational. It was a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of sacrifices. And of course, we know what happened next. The war started, and they had to move from Kiev to another location just less than 2 years, 1.5 years after they established themselves in new location. So these are the real stories. And we are talking about huge, well-functioning media that was not dependent on donor funding, that was reliable from the point of view of advertisement revenues. So this model obviously collapsed. And then they had twice to rely on a quick support from international donor community to reestablish themselves and continue being operational. So this is just the one of the story, but very, very telling what kind of challenges are there. With regard to specific relation between donor community and media, we have to understand that the donor money are not easy. They always come with certain price, the reporting systems, all kind of audits, all kind of narrative and financial requirements. This is all that needs media to build capacity to respond to those needs. And at the same time, there is a lot of other requirements, let's say, maintaining and proving audience. This is something that is, especially for us, very important. When we think the core funding to provide support to people, they should do what they know the best, but we have to be sure that you have your audience, you understand your audience. But with those money, sometimes are missing funds for research on audience. Sometimes are missing money to experiment. And this is something where we see the huge challenge for the region. If we look into some positive in this dramatic situation and context, I would say not trends, but new elements. Definitely what we see is that, for example, pandemic moved important new part of audience to digital media from TV and traditional. Similarly, especially in those countries where the government was, I would say, very badly managing COVID information and situation, also there was a growth of audiences who were looking simply for reliable information to independent media, to more reliable resources. These are positive trends. Similar factor we are observing, maybe Alina can confirm, in Moldova, where Russian language media, especially now during the war, received much more new audience because people were trying to verify information that they were before getting through Kremlin-baked media, basically false and propaganda-based. So they were trying to verify and looking to independent Russian language media that are operating in Moldova or regionally. So there are also some elements of positive trends, especially in consolidating audiences, in gathering or acquiring new groups that they can address. And finally, as Miriam was already saying, it's great to have you here about OC Media and CivilNet TV, because both of them are our partners. And the situation like in Georgia, where government is officially declaring pro-European path, but actually is doing everything to simply close the space for independent media. One of the manager and owner of one of independent TV station is now in prison under bogus charges, and there are many other elements that are telling us the picture is getting worse and worse. So those elements of political pressures increasing. This is something where we also need to see not only from the point of view of financial support, but also from the point of view of political support. We need a big political figures to push those leaders out of zone of comfort. I mean commissioners, I mean the prime ministers, presidents of democratic countries. They cannot go business as usual if leaders of the countries that are declaring European perspective, they are declaring willingness to be a candidate for accession, they are really so heavily underperforming their obligation to guarantee free flow of information. I will use maybe the second intervention to address also more substantive issues, especially with regard to content production, if you allow me. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to hear that there is an understanding that financial survival of a lot of this independent media has been challenged by the political context and the crises, and it gives me hope to think that perhaps there will be more alternative ways of supporting independent media in the region, given the weight that they carry and given the burden that they're facing. I want to go back to Mariam, Karen, and Alina, and I want to specifically, we've already briefly talked about disinformation and we talked about the wars, but I would like to ask you how it's been, coming from and living and covering a region marred by wars and conflicts, and the past 2 years have been especially challenging in the context of the Second Karabakh War, in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. How much do you think lack of, or maybe existence, because it's something that I would like to hear you share, of conflict-sensitive reporting, of war reporting, this and misinformation in the media by state actors, but also sometimes by other actors, has impacted your work as practicing journalists, as people who work for newsrooms with other journalists, not just within one country, but across sometimes several countries? And what kind of lessons, if any, that you've learned or you would like to share or feel comfortable sharing, you would like to mention here? And I specifically come with this question to you because, being a journalist myself from Azerbaijan, based in a different country, covering the region from abroad, it's at the end of the day, you realize that the audience reads what they want. And no matter how much you try to give them very good content, really good investigative stories, if someone gets their information from a family WhatsApp group or a Facebook group, there's only that much you can do. So I know it's a bit of a difficult question to answer, but again, I would be really happy to hear what you think of this. Thanks.
I just would like to stress that disinformation will be never solved as a problem if there is no international cooperation. And for Moldova, it will be forever a problem if we do not cooperate with the international community, because the solutions are not in my country, the solutions are somewhere else. Let me give you a couple of examples of situations that happened to us in my country, and then we'll see who is more responsible to solve the problem. When the war started, the first week after the war, we received a letter from Roskomnadzor, and I suppose many media received in neighboring countries. We have to delete from the web page certain articles about the war, otherwise our web page is blocked. And for me, it was like, should Putin order me what to do in my country? I will never delete anything. But then I discovered that that letter actually was not sent to me, a manager of media in Moldova, from Roskomnadzor. Roskomnadzor and the Russian prosecutor office sent this letter to our hosting company. And there is the problem, because of the previous many DDoS attacks on our web page, we couldn't keep our web page anymore in the country because anybody couldn't keep it safe. So our web page is hosted by a foreign company, and Roskomnadzor sent that letter to that company and said they should delete or you put down this web page. And I had one of the biggest fears in my professional life. What if they decide to listen the big Russia and not to listen the small Moldova? And they delete or they put down, they shut down. And believe me, this is a very important web page. This is the history of Moldovan corruption. We had worked on this 18 years, and now someone comes and orders that you should delete or shut down. Okay, it didn't happen. We are safe and we are happy. Roskomnadzor just blocked our web page on the territory of Russian Federation. It's a pity for our readers there, and we received some messages from Moldovans who live there and would like to be informed, but that's the situation. But then it was the smallest problem. The next problem happened on Facebook. It's like happens in Moldova, but it happens on Facebook. And why is this important? Because if you look at the data, now the 90% of those Moldovan citizens who are on social media, they are on Facebook. So 90% of social media users are on Facebook. And me as a journalist, I have to be there where people are. I have to be there to follow politicians. I have to be there to cover story, and have to be there to inform my citizens about what happens. When the war started, my duty was, and my colleagues' duty was, to write about this war and to explain what happens. And I found myself blocked by Facebook because I was putting stories about the war. For me, it was a shock. Look, I have 30 years of journalism. I learned a lot. I consider myself a kind of expert. I lead the media. I read. I look. And then they block you. There is someone who never tells how much experience and what is based this blocking. It just blocks you. And then, okay, I thought maybe it's a mistake. After a week when I was there again, I put again a comment and a story about the war and crimes of Russia in Ukraine, and I'm blocked again and again. And then I find many other journalists in Moldova are blocked by Facebook. Who is that expert who decides that you are wrong to publish a story about the war? The saddest moment was to see messages pro-war put on Facebook by Moldovan politicians saying that the war is right, saying that Europe is wrong. And those messages were never deleted. You know why? Because they pay. If you write any crazy message on Facebook, but you put it on sponsors, you sponsor it, you pay for it, it will be never deleted. Is that the world where we want to be? Those who pay are right, and those who put the truth are wrong? So this is definitely an international problem. 90% of Moldovan citizens are on Facebook, and there is no one institution in Moldova to be able to bring it into discussion to Facebook. Facebook doesn't participate and doesn't care about this problem. And then propaganda pays and stay there, and I suppose there are armies of trolls who report reporters, and we are blocked. So in these conditions, we can't fight propaganda. But our audience, of course, waits from us actions. If there is a fake news, they will tell to Moldovan journalists, please do something because you see this is a fake. There is a manipulation, you have to do something, you have to do something, you have to do something. So reporters just find themselves with 3, 4, 5 more loads of work, with less money, and with no solutions because no international cooperations. So this is the moment I would really like to discuss. Europe should help with mechanism to discuss with Facebook or with any social media. And the last point in this very difficult problem is hate speech against journalists. During the last months, many Moldovan journalists, investigative reporters received messages like, I'll cut your head, I'll cut your hands because you film, you'll be killed, you'll get shot in your head. And Moldovan authorities are now pro-European. They would like to do something, but they do not have any models. They don't know how to do that. And last week I asked police, what do you do? There are hate messages, there are life threats, and they say, actually we do not have any relations with Facebook or with YouTube or with those platforms where these messages are placed. So do we develop a new culture? You may say anything against an investigative reporter and nobody is punished. Of course, this is again an international problem and the solutions we have to find together. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess a brief intervention before Karen continues, especially on the last point that you mentioned, the online threats and hate. I think this is something that various international stakeholders have been trying to work on, whether through the Safety of Journalists Online project within the OSCE, I believe, the the Freedom of the Media Office, pardon me for that mistake, and also with other international organizations who've been trying to explicitly basically raise this with the social media platforms to provide better safety mechanisms and take that content down. I just really wish companies and social media representatives were here in this room today, because this is not the first panel that their names come up and the importance is raised. Yeah, Karen, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Covering a war is a challenge. It's always a challenge. It's a challenge. It's much bigger challenge when you're covering your own war, and when you're not just acting as a media outlet, as a media person, but a man that is having relatives and kids serving in the army on the front line, and journalists working on the front line, sometimes with lack of safety equipment like life jackets, etc. Fortunately, there are certain organizations in Armenia that have provided this sort of safe jackets and other helmets and other stuff. But in general, the Armenian media was unprepared to cover the war. And I don't know how much the lesson was learned, but the sad reality on the ground is that even though there was this ceasefire agreement signed in November of 2020. The constant the escalations are continuing on the front line, and not just in Nagorno-Karabakh region, but also on the borders of Armenia and Azerbaijan, with Azerbaijani aggression on the Armenian towns and borders. So the war continues, and it's really, really difficult. It's becoming more personalized. For example, my nephew was serving in the army during the 2020 Karabakh war, and he was calling us from the battleground, asking if he would ever be back home. And eventually, when the ceasefire agreement signed, my mother's heart couldn't stand. My mother passed away. So this is very personal. So it continues. My son serves in the army now on the front line. So one thing when you cover your own war, and another thing when someone else is covering your war. During the war, the 2020 war, there were lots of international media outlets coming to CivilNet asking for support, including the famous outlets. I'm not telling the names, but what they're interested in is the blood, a broken building and something. They're not going deep into the human suffering and the psychological part of the war. That is not sexy to show. They want to show the blood. They want to show these broken buildings and this sort of thing. So coming back to the lessons that we learned in 2020, there were these government restrictions. The martial law was introduced, and there was the official propaganda. I understand that during the war, the governments must have some sort of restrictions about what to report, but our war proved the opposite. We were having constant defeats. We were having defeats on the battlegrounds, on the front line, and the government was not preparing the society for the end of the war, for that sort of outcome. And eventually, when the ceasefire agreement was signed and the war ended, nobody was ready to accept that reality. And there were chances during the war that it could have been stopped by the government, but they just continued their hawkish rhetoric and hawkish propaganda that they will win and these sort of things. And we as reporters were witnessing this reality on the ground. Our reporters were reporting from the places on the border, on the front line, and there was this restriction not to report everything. And every time we were reporting and we're breaking the rules, the government regulations, not to report what is not official, we're breaking those rules, and we're getting lots of treason accusations and allegations and lots of pushback and these sort of things, and not just by the government agencies, but also and largely by the society, which was the problem of how the media failed to cover the war. And the biggest question there is that could we have saved more lives if we have provided the real information, what was happening on the ground? Couldn't we have saved more young kids if we have really prepared the society for such an outcome? We didn't that. We really failed that. And the biggest lesson that we learned is you never give shit what the top guys are saying. You just rely on your own honesty, on your own understanding. That's my point.
I wanted to talk briefly about pandemic because it was part of your question in Georgia, and then I want to say a few words about the Karabakh War too. So when the pandemic started in Georgia in 2020, there was this one big thing that happened that is continuing up until now. It was the government announced the state of emergency, and it included basically easing this regulations of the public information, access to public information. Basically, government bodies were allowed not to give out public information. And before the pandemic, it was not perfect. It was not perfect getting information from the government bodies. But after the pandemic started and after the regulations eased, it remained, basically. It's very, very difficult to get public information from the government bodies. And right now, I know our colleagues here are having lawsuits against the government bodies to get different kinds of information. So that was a big effect of pandemic in terms of media in our country. Now, if you don't know, OC Media is covering North and South Caucasus, which means we cover Armenia and Azerbaijan too. We have journalists based in Armenia and Azerbaijan. Armenian journalist is here. Karen already spoke a lot about the war, but I also wanted to say a few words. Karabakh War was probably the most difficult thing we had to cover at OC Media for a lot of similar reasons, what Karen listed. First of all, it was psychologically very difficult for us in the team and for our journalists because we had journalists whose husbands were on the front line. We had a journalist whose brother died on the front line, and you're not ready as a manager. For example, how do you handle this? How do you talk to these journalists? Some people to this day are struggling with the trauma or the secondary trauma from the times. It was not just that, it was also a huge burnout. As you can imagine, it's probably similar in the Ukraine right now, as you cover 24/7, and you cover these very difficult issues, and you watch a lot of horrible, horrible images of murder and death, and it's, as a human, it's difficult to fight with that and to overcome and continue living. So it was hard, but for us, what advantage we had at OC Media was probably because we are based in Georgia and we had Armenian and Azerbaijani journalists, we had this advantage of having Armenian and Azerbaijani journalists side by side, fact-checking every single small piece of information that was coming during the war. And I think it was very important back then because, as you can imagine, during the war, a lot of disinformation, propaganda is spreading. And another thing we started during or in the middle of war at OC Media was trying to find people who were pro-peace against war. We started this series of Voices for Peace, and I remember your story was also part of that series. And it was very difficult for these people, both in Armenia and Azerbaijan, to come against war while there is war. And a lot of them were receiving threats and death threats. I remember you publishing dozens and dozens of screenshots of horrible messages people were sending to you. And so were the other people who were brave enough to publish these stories. And we try to this day, to continue to give voice to these people, maybe hoping for some change to the better. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I am torn because we are 10 minutes until lunch, and I don't want to be, or us, be between people and the lunch. I had 2 more questions, but I also would like the audience to ask questions. So maybe we turn to the audience if you all agree, if that's okay. So maybe if there are a couple questions, we collect them, and then there's one there. Anyone else? 2? I'm not seeing. Yeah, so we have three questions. So let's go to the person in that row, and then this row, and then to Hannah.
Great. Good evening, everyone, and thank you to all the panelists for the great insights. My name is Olena Vlasova. I run the Ukraine Media Partnership Program. It's been funded by the Embassy of United States in Kyiv, Ukraine, for 20 years. So first of all, as a citizen of Ukraine, I wanted to thank you, Czech Republic, for hosting our people, for hosting our kids, and for bridging the families, and even for hosting families of our reporters, for women and kids, which enables our male reporters to work in Ukraine and not worry about their families who might be endangered. But as the manager of the media program, and we have the access to 60 regional hyper-local media outlets all over the country. Majority are now in the borderlines. So 2 points I wanted to bring to the reflection to what I heard from the speakers. First of all, disinformation. So this program is run by IREX, international NGO, and we have special programs called Learn to Discern. It was started in Ukraine and now operates in the Baltics and Balkans. So it's a program basically that incorporates disinformation and ability for kids, pupils, teachers, and educators to think critically, engage into critical media skills, and it's a great way for media and society to work together. But for media, there have been quite a little bit of transformation, because before the war, of course, it was a big issue. You know, it was hard to understand who is right, who is wrong sometimes. But after the war, the accents have shifted. So what I hear now, it's obviously clear who is the enemy, who is our friend. Yeah. But what I'm hearing from our media now, especially those who work with freshly deoccupied and liberated regions, let's take Kharkiv region. Yeah. They say that the worst thing is silence, because people who've been in Kharkiv occupied region for 7-6 months, they had no access to Ukrainian news, completely nothing. And this is the propaganda itself. That's where propaganda starts to act in its full course. So now our media is saying that there is not even need to fight it. It's just the access to information, to Ukrainian information in our case. That is the best fighting of propaganda. The ability to give people the news, the true news from the Ukrainian territory.
I am sorry for interrupting, but can you sum it up, because there are 2 other questions.
On the needs, I think there will be another panel dedicated to that, speaking with donors, because we have a lot of needs. But my question was what we are in Ukraine thinking about. There are short-term needs for winter, of course, but are there donors, maybe someone from you, also thinking about some long-term plan? So what will happen after the victory? You know, should we be kind of dedicating some rapid response fund to what's happening right now, and then thinking ahead 4, 3, 5 years? What should be the media plan for those media that recovered and survived the war? Thank you.
Great. So long-term planning and simply being the source of information for the people. Maybe the next question.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for this event and for the support European Union and European Commission is providing to our countries. I'm Nina Khaladze from Georgia Journalism Resource Center and Talk TV. I will try to keep it short and directly address the message I would like to ask. In terms and in regards of EU approach in support of independent media, how do you consider analyzing the environment that there is a huge polarization and the governmental institutions are trying constantly to discredit media? How do you welcome the valuable media initiatives which consider collaboration? I mean, collaborative projects which are based on content sharing, because content production is one of the big challenge in Georgia nowadays, because it required a lot of amount of money, and the advertisement market is also polarized, and somehow monitored and manipulated by the politicians as well. And another thing, how do you think, is that the time to raise the trust towards media in terms of the media polarization and demonization of the media, independent media actors? Because as I said, the government and not only government, but far-right groups, which became more and more powerful in Georgia in terms of the Ukraine war, disinformation and Russian propaganda, are constantly trying to demonize the independent democratic media outlets. So how do you consider the projects and initiatives which are dedicated in order to raise the trust towards the independent media? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Hannah?
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you for wonderful presentations and the amazing work that you've been doing in your countries. I have a question to both media professionals and the representatives of EU institutions. So we discussed different regions, but it appears that the challenges were quite similar. And I feel that there is a need to further collaborate, for further collaboration between us in our countries. Do you already have such projects? Maybe you can share some success cases if you already have been working on them, and perhaps about the strategy from both DG NEAR and EED regarding this sort of collaboration between those Eastern Partnership countries and media in those countries. Thank you.
Great. So we have 4 minutes. Given the scope of the, especially the last two questions, but we also heard some suggestions from the first comment. So, how would you like to take on these questions? Maybe we start from Jerzy and you, because you didn't get a chance to respond, and then we move to the panelists.
No problem. Yes, I would simply address maybe two questions, and that should be short. First, about what Alina raised, big tech issue. This is a huge concern in every region. It is not only, of course, specific to Eastern Partnership. And just to give you a story, that when EED became undesirable organization in Russia 3 years ago, Roskomnadzor also received a send request to both Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services to stop any services to us, to the organization registered in Belgium. And the thing is that they have considered what they should do with this. They just didn't reject, like push back, but they started to deliberate, okay, what should we do about this? So this is a scandalous situation, obviously. Of course, war made the picture much more clearer in this regard, but of course the Roskomnadzor is not the only agency who plays this card. Azerbaijan and China and many others are also using this card. So if we look globally, this is a big issue. So what I want to say is that before a first summit of President Biden, Summit for Democracy, a large group of organizations similar to ours, National Endowment for Democracy, European Endowment for Democracy, NDI, IRI, Canadian Democracy Center, Westminster Foundation, others, has signed 5 messages to the summit, to the world leaders. And among those 5 messages, the one is specifically about we should start some kind of regulatory work with regard to business model of big techs. EU has a very privileged position in this, being itself a big market, and I know there is ongoing work, but EU is a heavy tanker. To move, it takes time. So that's why we should wait, but that doesn't mean that you, as a journalist, as a media, should stop pressurizing and addressing this issue, and keep bringing more stories, and also try to, especially when you have in front of you world leaders, make those messages heard. This is very important. Second point, those 5 messages can be found on our website and other websites, so you can also refer to them. Second point about Ukraine and recovery of Ukraine. Of course, all of us were engaged in supporting journalists now during the war in Ukraine. EED specifically set up 24-hour mechanism of support, really rapid on the second, third day of war, and we were able really to deliver more than 2 million euro in such a 24-hour support, where today is request, tomorrow response, all basics, including bulletproof jackets, including destroy equipment, including relocation cost, including buying car, all kind of very simple but very needed cost in such a moment. On top of it, we also established a center in Przemyśl, on the Polish-Ukrainian border, where journalists could come for 2 weeks, especially women journalists with kids, take rest, and then go back to their frontline zones to continue. This was something we discovered just accidentally, because we were proposing relocation to Poland for many journalists, and they said, no, we don't want. So, in a sense, how to give them a moral excuse not to quit the country, but at the same time to take rest. So that was the format in Przemyśl. So please come for 2 weeks, take rest, and still continue working, obviously, and then go back. And this is still ongoing. Every 2 weeks, more than 20 people are taking such a rest there. But this is just example. And final, on recovery plan, yes, you are very right. The recovery of Ukraine after the victory is something extremely important, and old sins will not disappear. The oligarchization of Ukraine media is there and will be there after the war. So international community, while investing a huge amount of money in recovery, should also think how to address the issue of freedom of expression, of actual reach out to the audiences, competition with oligarch-owned media or any other type of domination that may emerge after the war. So simply I want to say that the war does not solve any problem that exists before the war. It's just a struggle for country for independence. But then naturally society will re-emerge with all its problems, and that is the moment, but in different contexts of course, but that is the moment where international community needs to take a very specific responsibility and support everyone in Ukraine that will be striving for a democratic future of Ukraine. This is extremely important, and this should be part of the recovery mechanism and recovery plan. I am simply saying that should be part of funds that are booked for civil society, for independent media, for managing better media freedom in Ukraine, and this is absolute necessity. And final comment is about disinformation that was discussed here. What we have learned through different projects at EED for last 7 years, that the biggest issue is not just to provide truth to audiences, but what was already said several times here, to build trust with audiences and to get their trust. And this is both media part and also international support part. International support, for example, to allow media to do more and deeper emotionally engaging content. It's very important that just professional journalism for those who are victims of disinformation is not enough. It is already many studies done on it, that if you provide truth to the people who are believer to some toxic narratives, they will not accept this. The only way you can reach out to those audiences is to find another type of content that is not necessarily specific information or news-based content, but this is something that reaches out deeply into their hearts. So hearts before minds. First, you touch emotion, and then you try to persuade what is truth. And this is something where international donors are still doing not enough, providing support for high-end, deep emotional engagement content that independent media in respective countries can use to break those glass ceilings or walls, to reach out to people's minds through their hearts. Thank you.
Sure, I think Jerzy's pretty much hit it. I would agree with everything Jerzy just said. Let me add a couple of points. Firstly, for friends from Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, you ask about the longer term. For those three countries, I think the European Council has been extremely clear. All three have a European perspective and belong in the European Union. In the case we set out, our member states have set out a clear vision, 7 steps for Ukraine, 9 for Moldova, and 12 for Georgia to achieve candidate country status. I think the issues there are at the heart of European values. And, you know, to anybody who says, can you please explain what de-oligarchization means? I don't know anybody on the streets of any of those three countries who doesn't know what that means. It's very clear. So I think it's crystal clear what that means. Equally, I think, you know, these are the basic values. If you look at what's in the content of those 7, 9, and 12 steps, these are basic values, including what you all hold dear in this room, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and civil society. I think tackling corruption, tackling organized crimes, tackling polarization. It's clear from the experience, I'm sure Vice President made a very strong message from the Czech Republic that the stronger the consensus in society, the faster that country will get what the people want. 83% of Georgian people say they want to be in the European Union. Whoever is in the government, it's important they listen to the people. And I think it's very, very clear. But also for Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Belarus, the Eastern Partnership is also very much for you. And these values are very much important to the peoples of also Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Belarus. And I would like to talk about something we haven't mentioned at all, which is also some of our public diplomacy work, because actually I believe that the strongest voices are the voices from the peoples of these countries. So I'm an EU official. I've tried to learn some of the languages, but I'm never going to be able to get it across as effectively as people from those countries. And I think I work with young European ambassadors. It's a network that's grown from almost nothing 7 years ago to over 1,000 young people from all 6 countries, and, by the way, from some EU member states. Just an example, civil society fellows, all of you who are the independent journalists we support. Ultimately, it has to be the voices from within the countries that are the most convincing. And we, on the side of the European Union, want to help you to get your voices heard. That's what we want to do. So that would be the fundamental message I would give in how to deal with access to information. And I'm sure Jerzy put it very strongly, hearts before minds. Both are important, and that's what we want to do to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. When I was asked to moderate this panel, I really thought that this was going to be impossible because the topic is huge, and we only had an hour and a half, which we were delayed to start anyway. But I would like to thank my panelists for almost bringing a little bit of romanticism to something that is extremely depressing and heart and minds and, you know, hope. I mean, I certainly feel like maybe this is also what we need, given the challenging environment in which we work, whether covering current crises, past crises, whatever future may hold. But I also really wanted to thank the honesty, because I really think that we needed to hear some of the challenges, but we also needed to hear some concrete solutions. I'm yet to be convinced that we will be able to develop some really long-term mechanisms to support independent journalism, but I really wish that this is a takeaway, that we do think of this, and next time we meet, perhaps we actually talk about what we've done since our meeting this year. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for staying patient before lunch, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the conference.